I will have some time to work on this tomorrow too, after work. But I do also still have to get all my shit around for leaving, so probably not a ton of time, but so yeah, not really affecting what I'm doing right now, but in the offline room, I'm getting some kind of, the stickers aren't being made when I click on Mr. Ideas.
Yeah, it's literally just an empty game object so that I can put them all together in something, just so I know where they are. Like they're not just going into a random spot. And then like theoretically I could toggle them off and on if I needed to. So it's just
To
you
fix
just
that
need
in
any
my,
game object to put them in.
so actually here, it's because what I did want to do was have Mr. Ideas, track the number of stickers out there locally, so that you can only have a certain amount out at a certain at a given time. I guess there's no point really in doing that in my, well, I guess before anything, I need to figure out if it, like, the Mr. Ideas in my room, or if I drag your Mr. Ideas into my room and work, and put that in his script, whatever it is now, not head poop, whatever you made it into. Would that just work? Or would it need to be online or something?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. Mr. Ideas is technically networked, but he doesn't need to be networked. I'm slowly moving away the networking stuff from him because the sticker manager now is the network part of it that handles everything.
Yeah, the error I get is
Um,
a sticker manager error. It's saying I
well, the
have the
sticker
sticker
manager error
manager.
is because just like I just said, it was just um, I put a sticker root in that needs to be there because it parents the sticker to the sticker root so that I can have them all in one spot so I can toggle that root on and off if I want to hide all the stickers locally without having to cycle through every sticker and turn it off manually. I could just turn off the root and it'll turn off all the stickers, right?
So what do I need to make the sticker? It's erroring out
It's
because I.
literally just a game object, any game object. Make an empty game object, put it in the scene, drag that in there. It's just a transform to parent the stickers to. That's all it is. So that if I want to not see them, I can just turn off that transform instead of, like I said, turning off every sticker.
Alright, so sticker manager, sticker root. Let's see if that fixes that. They do seem to actually get created, but they get created when way far back. Actually, it looks like.
Yeah, well, they're always created way far back, and also they get created. It's gonna air out when it's trying to parent them, so it makes them, but it doesn't parent them.
Got it. Okay. Let me share my screen for a second. Yeah, it seems like it's working now.
I wasn't trying to run the timer twice.
I wanted the coins to have a little bounce, so I gave them a little rigid body, but I need them to ignore everything except for one collider.
Wait,
But
they have. What do you mean bounce?
look at my, when you pick them up and drop them.
Oh, that might make things complicated because they're going to be networked slightly.
Well,
It looks like
just the number of them needs to be networked, right? They don't need to be
I was going to
shown.
make a token for your voting. They're going to be the vote token. They would also be the ready up token. It does look nice.
it also distinguishes them a little from the stickers in a certain way. But the problem right now is, it freaks out when I drop it here because that has a collider on it. A lot of things here have 2D colliders on them. So even with the vote tokens and stuff, you want them to be seen on everyone else's screens. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I thought that you would be able, like, you'd put your vote as in the form of a coin. I don't know yet how exactly I'm doing. I'm still working on the present stuff. I'm getting that all worked out. Presenting is the hardest part of this, which is like basically copying all the stickers over, putting them on the render texture, turning them into their own texture. Ideally, is what I want, which is what I have right now. Right now, I'm just working through the logic. But I keep getting an exception with the stupid fucking timer. Why is it not working? Uh, it's working, but it's not doing what I want it to do. Am I in? It's working for the most part. Which game mode am I in? Anyway, yeah, I was thinking that just to make it simple and easy, the coins would be the tokens, and also physics is
Well, I mean,
slow.
the physics turns off when you're grabbing it. So could you do it where when it's being grabbed, it's networked, and when it's released, it's just on your side? I guess there's a chance it might not end up in the same spot, so it might look weird 'cause people are grabbing but not in the right spot.
There's we definitely can do this at some point. I'm not sure I want to put it in for the for GDC because it's just risky.
Well,
I do think it looks nice.
the so you want it for the what else other than readying up?
Readying up and for voting. So like when you go to vote, you'll be able to see people drag their hands to, you know, to the specific thing that they're going to vote for, the panel. Let me fix what's going on with this. What's happening? Timer's already running. Why is the timer already running here? Network timer, game state present at line 67. But I run stop climber, end client present, create copies, make new panel, confirm copy RPC. That comes back here. Timer doesn't need to be in there.
So if you release your coin into open space under yours, what happens? It falls, but just not in not with physics.
I don't. The coin on my side doesn't have physics on it.
I know, but I'm saying if if I pick it up and move it somewhere and drop it, it just sits there like a sticker.
Yeah, it just would stay there for now. Again, I haven't really done the money aspect. I've mostly just been doing. I also don't even have. I just put the coin in. I didn't actually set it up yet with anything. It's not like the round stuff is way more important, so I've been focusing on that. I need to figure out how to get this timer because I get why it's happening. It's trying to start a timer on a callback and the timer already exists. And I've been trying to avoid having to handle tracking multiple timers, but I might not be able to do that, unfortunately.
There's a matrix of like, isn't there somewhere in the settings like a matrix of layers that will interact with each other for rigid bodies, or am I thinking of something else?
What are you saying?
Isn't there something in the settings where you can like put something on its own specific, where you can say this layer and this layer interact with each other or something like that for rigid body things? Like this layer always ignores this.
Yes, that's in the project settings, I believe.
Alright, then I can just make it only interact, make it its own layer and make it. Where the fuck is the coin now? There, but it's not. Weird. camera doesn't draw it on its own layer, so I guess.
You'd have to include it in the camera layer, the one that you want to also put it in the mask, culling mask for the camera.
Okay. I also thought it would look nice, the bounciness, if the you know, if after each round, if you won, if the coins just
They
dropped
drop
from
down.
the sky, yeah.
It's not a bad idea. I like the idea. I'm just worried about networking physics.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the way I would do it is I would just make the
just have a separate coin token thing. We could
yeah.
we could literally have separate objects that would just have the same sprite.
Yeah.
That would work. Right now, I don't think I'll get it in because it's just a lot of work. But the we need to at some point, like this system is not robust to issues with clients disconnecting and shit. We'll just have to have a disclaimer being like, hey, this is very alpha. Disconnecting, you know, tabbing out your browser, shit like that is just going to break it, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that would be the case.
Game present 67. Oh, start timer. Present next player. I see. Oh, what a pain in the ass that is. I guess. Also, I'm doing this present thing. It has a lot of the bones that it needs, but I'm handling it a really poor way. Like really, I need to make things robust. I need to just have all the clients send their sticker information to the server. The server turns those into images, basically, or at least holds on to them, basically, and then sends that out to the clients each time. But instead, what's happening is every time you present, or when it's time to present someone stickers, the server says, okay, turn those into, or give me the sticker data, I'm gonna turn those into network stickers. It networks them, turns them into network stickers. Then the server at the end of the present period says, okay, everyone make your own local copies of those render textures, and they do, and then it moves on to the next one. But that puts the onus on the clients to make their own copies. So if someone tabs out when the sticker says make your copy, or when the server says make your copy, then they will basically miss a set to vote on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sorry, and you said that's the way it currently works?
That's how it works now. Ideally, what it needs to do is, I need to tell it, I need to give all the information to the server, have it hold on to that information, and be able to replicate it easy. But it's not super easy because it's not like I'm just sending pictures to reduce network lag load. I have to send sets of stickers, which is kind of a pain in the ass. I'll have to figure it out. I'm also like not even just filtering for the stickers in the panels. There's still a lot of work to do. This present mode has been kind of a pain. But I have an
Well,
extra day to work on it. That helps a lot.
most most of the things that I need to do left are kind of small things. So if there's anything you need help with, or that I can do, or like busy work, like
It's all just
making.
networking is the problem. I mean, we need to make business cards. I don't know if but you have to go to work tomorrow, so like you can't do that right now. I got to run to Staples tomorrow to do it because I tried doing it online, but the Staples online thing butchers the image. It just makes it so blurry and gross. And other versions, other companies that allow you to like upload an image for a business card, it works fine. So it's just Staples shitty software. So but Staples is the only one that'll do it same day, because we waited too long to do it. So I had to go
I
in
mean,
there
we
in
could also
person.
do it there. If we have a day before.
We could, yeah, but ideally we should get it done early. But yeah, worst case scenario, we have Tuesday. We could do it
Although
on Tuesday.
I will be getting in, I think, later than you will Tuesday because I took the longest layover flights on the west, mostly on the way back, but on the way there I took a hour layover because it was cheaper.
I have an hour layover. I just leave earlier. I took the cheapest flight, which is the super early leaving flight.
Well, I'm coming from further too, so I'm
Yeah,
like I'm leaving at 6:50 a.m. and
I leave at 5:20, I think. Yeah, those are the cheapest flights, the super early ones. No one wants to do that, but it's nice. You won't have to worry about like sitting in line and security and shit normally. You have like, I don't remember, are the real IDs required? Do you have a real ID or do you have a passport if you don't?
I do not have either of those things. I just have a driver's license, but it didn't say anything anywhere on the instructions to bring anything like that.
I know there are real ID requirements eventually. And they might be taking effect this year, but it might not be until like middle of this year or something.
Let me see real quick. Let me just reread my ticket real quick here. I thought it said bring. Also tried to get another copy of my vaccine card. I went to where I got it, and they printed out a receipt that said I bought things on the vaccine on a certain date, but it's not really a card. I looked it up on the GDC site, and it said that there was no vaccine requirement. But it is California, and I just don't know where might require that sort of thing. It says government issued photo ID.
Yeah, probably not required yet, but at some point it will be required if you have any other flights planned. I think it's supposed to take effect this year. Sam and I made sure we got real IDs so that we didn't have to use our passports.
How do you do that? What do you have to do that?
It's just when we went, our licenses were renewing anyway, so we just went to the DMV and it was an option. You have to pay a little bit more, and you have to bring in like more identification, like your social and other stuff. It's all on the license renewal form though.
Damn, I recently had to get a new photo taken, but I didn't see that as an option. You have to ask for it.
It might depend on the DMV. Ours was the Milford DMV that sent us the... Oh no, it was just PennDOT actually, now that I think about it.
So, on my Mr. Ideas, I have sticker spawner, network object, and squash and stretch. I don't see... So head poop is just gone, and network object is... if I wanted to have him track... If I wanted to have him track the number of coins and limit the number... or stickers, rather. until he gets fed more coins. Should I make that its own script or?
That should be done.
That could be local, right?
Yeah, that could be local. That theoretically could go on Mr. Ideas. It makes sense for it to go on Mr. Ideas. The coin tracking should be handled elsewhere. That's its own thing. Just a script for tracking coins.
Well, no, I
adding,
misspoke.
removing
I meant
coins.
sticker tracking is what I meant.
Oh, sticker tracking. Yeah, so the sticker manager tracks like the all stickers, online, offline stickers, or networked and offline stickers, just so that it's one central location where I can do stuff. Like I have a lot of convenience methods in there that let me like do things to all stickers, like convert all offline stickers to network stickers, or turn off all colliders, or
So would you be
hide all
against me
stickers.
putting a local sticker tracking thing on Mr. Ideas, so that when he, something that says I have this many stickers to start with, that corresponds to the flop number, and then after.
No, you can maybe make it its own script and then just
Okay.
make that script accessible,
Okay.
like, and then because then at least it's isolated and we can, because I do have some network code on Mr. Ideas that needs to be handled properly when it's removed. It won't be there, but it does need to be removed properly.
So for now, should it just be a fake, because clearly
Well, you can make it its own scripts, right, and then put a public method there, or function that is accessible, that you can reference from the actual network sticker spawner script on Mr. Ideas, and then you can just swap out. You can put in logic there for referencing that, but at least the bulk of the logic will be in that, singular script.
But what do you need to know from? What do you need to know to get from that? You just need that network object to be able to call that to have him tell you how many stickers this person has on their end.
Most likely, what will happen, right, is the server is going to define the index, right? It'll just define three random indexes in the three random integers that are within the range of the number of sticker images we have, right? And then it will send those out to the client saying, hey, here are your indexes. And then the client, so basically that'll probably be in the game mode manager, or right now I have something called game mode. It'll probably be its own state, or something like that. I'll have to handle it there. Let me think here. It shouldn't be in the ready up. It should probably be in the create. At the start of create, the server will tell everyone what their indexes are. So then basically one script, the create state script will have a reference to the local Mr. Ideas, and it will set it. And when the client gets the message of, hey, here are your indexes, it'll send that to the Mr. Ideas locally. So yeah, basically all I need is just make sure that all your methods are public, so that I can reference them and pass them along. Or not all your methods, but the appropriate methods are public. Like, for example, set flop indexes or something, right?
Okay.
Set starting sticker indexes
Well,
or
but
something might be more clear.
he's already spitting out stickers now, though. So and that is on the sticker.
That is
manager.
going to that's going to have to change. I'll have to. We will probably need custom scripts for how Mr. Ideas acts for each scene, basically. So that's why you making your own script that handles it, like isolated wise, is a good idea. So actually, yeah, now that I even think about it, don't even have him. The problem is you're not going to be able to test it easily because
that's what I mean.
He's not fixed. Like right now, I literally look for that script on him. He's not like he's not a button like the rest of my buttons are. You could try to convert him to a button and look at what I've done with some of the button scripts for like Mrs. Ready Up. It's like she's just a button, and then that will work always for anything. You could look at Mrs. Ideas. Just yeah, go ahead. Just copy Mrs. Ideas, right? And then it should be pretty intuitive how she works. If you just go look at how her scripts are connected.
She just called me, or here, she's in another scene.
She's in another scene. She's in my connect scene. Did I not call her Mrs. Red? Yeah, she's gonna be in. Oh, I'm in the connect scene. Oops. Let me hop over to the competitive mode scene.
Connect is just the the host or join. I don't see Mrs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
she's in the competitive mode scene.
Co-op mode, competitive mode. Okay.
And her name is Mrs. Ready Up. If you go look at her setup there, the thing that is relevant is the scene button script that I made. So if you look at scene button, it has some basic functions in there. Right now the on hover events, I think they do actually get called, and the click event just gets called on release, really. So there's some messing around, but basically you'll define a click and on click event.
It's still just Mr. Ideas really. In the scene for me. Did I not pull? I pulled, I thought.
This should have been from days ago. I put her in.
Yeah, I have Mr. Ideas here. I don't see Miss. Maybe at least let me search something. Mrs. Ready Up. Okay, there she is.
So you see that scene button script? Like that is the crux of it. Basically, that's what I want to eventually make Mr. Ideas and all these other things scene buttons. They're just they are. It's the cursor doesn't care what is clicking. It just knows that it's a button, so it will call these methods when it clicks it. And then you can define like if you want something to happen on hover, if you want something to happen on hover end, or if you want something to happen on click, which would be really it happens on the release.
So I'd turn off the I'd make him.
You don't need to mess with this script at all. All you need to know is that whatever script you make, you can add it to those events. So like go look at the inspector. You see right now there's a ready up state go look at the inspector for Mrs. Ideas. So you see there on the on click event, I've registered a runtime event for ready up state, which is a different object. I just drag that in there, and then when you click that drop down menu on the right where it says game state ready up dot ready up.
On this, okay. Yeah, I know.
That'll show you. Yeah. So it's a button. It's literally just a button, basically. But it's a slightly more complex button where I can have it do stuff on hover and on hover end. So whatever you want to happen, just replace that on click event with that. So you can make your own script, just make a public method, any public method you want to call, register to that on click event.
Okay. So the sticker manager and the others in sticker manager will be done away. Right now, the
sticker manager is not going away. That's permanent. Mr. Ideas will no longer be networked eventually.
But yes. So what I'm saying is, right now that creates the stickers. So do I just turn that off and have, just.
There's a function I think in the sticker manager to create a specific sticker. Let me see.
So what I want to do is have it so that just have it real easy for you to hook up to where it will although if the coins, what I wanted to work
Do you
on
see
was
that,
dropping the coins in them, and the coin and the stickers coming, and the sticker count changing.
Sticker Manager has a static function called create offline sticker, which will let you give it the position, the rotation, and the sprite index that you want it to have, and it'll create an offline sticker for you.
Okay, so use the Mr. Ideas button to call that function.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Mrs. Idea or the scene button, yeah. But I mean, yeah, it'll be Mr. Ideas then. But yeah, so basically, well, if that's what you want, you know, you could control it however you want. You could have it do that, but then you would need to find some way to pass the index, right? Because you don't know what the index is going to be. In scene button doesn't know what the index is going to be, right? So there's probably a middleman that you need to call, right? So like what I would do is I'd create this, think of a good name for this specific type of Mr. Ideas behavior, Mr. Ideas competitive or something, right? And then make a script that has a public method that says, you know, spawn sticker, right? And then the spawn sticker has the logic there will just basically be, if it's one of the first 3 stickers, make it these first 3 stickers, right? So then it'll call that will have a reference to create offline sticker that says, you know, that passes the proper sprite indexes for the first 3, and then like anything after that it'll say, if you know, if the money has not been put in, then don't do anything, right? But if you know, if the money has been put in, you know, spawn a random sticker at that point. And there is a create random sticker option too, where you have to just tell it that it's not networked.
Okay. Is there so? Yeah, let me.
I should probably just split the sticker manager stuff into discrete, create offline, create online stuff. Right now I have create offlines and create random networked stuff. And you can create random offline, but you have to put a bool that says it's an offline sticker, which is not ideal. It's just not as clear. Or you could just always use create offline and you just do the randomness inside the, you know,
Yeah.
inside the thing.
Yeah, the way I was thinking of doing it was, yeah, he gets X amount of the flop stickers, and I guess you would handle giving him those numbers. And
Yeah,
then
you just need to make a
everything-
method for me to be able to do that. So like in terms of us working together, just know that I want to do that. So just make a public method that says set first 3, you know, first sticker indices or something, right? And then that could, for example, accept an array of sticker indices, an array of integers, and then at that point I can set as many first sticker indices as I want, right? That's kind of nice. Then we don't need to make like a first 3 or first 4 or first 5. It just takes the length of the array and it goes through those first before it will go through the other one. Or it could be a list of indices. That might be even better, because then we could, or a stack, sorry, a stack of indices, because then you can just pop them as you need them, and then once the stack is
Well,
empty, you
another
can
thing
get rid
too,
of it.
I was thinking is like with Dave's poses, right? If we're trying to get them in before GDC, then
Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard.
To do that, we would need well, I
The
assumed
stickers
we
have a
would
way
do-
to change their index whenever you want, and that syncs automatically. Should
Right,
sync.
but
I haven't actually tested it.
what data structure and where is the data structure that we're gonna say these are the stickers that have alternate
Separate poses.
separate poses.
I haven't come up with that yet. I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, we'll need a data structure for it. Yeah, I have not figured it out yet. Worst case scenario, we can just put the separate poses in for now as stickers if we don't get there. I think what it will basically just be a scriptable object with sets of with lists of sprites on them, and then I just have to adjust the sticker class to account for that, and then the rest of it should still work. I just need to adjust some things that will get their index first by checking that list.
I mean, you could do it where here. Where's Mr. ID or Sticker Manager? The Sticker Manager has sticker sprites. We could just copy, or can you make this but a 2D you know,
No, it doesn't do 2D, unfortunately. You can't do a key value, you can't do a dictionary in the inspector, unfortunately. That's why it has to be a scriptable object. You could make a custom inspector that could do that, but that's a lot more work.
Or I guess you could just, well, could just have two exactly the same size arrays of a separate one, a character one and a character pose two, or you know.
Yeah, it's just not
pose
ideal.
one,
It's not super clean.
two.
We could do that. But like, then how many arrays do you need, right? You don't know.
So far, Dave said he has only gotten basically like forwards and backwards for all of the ones, so that might be it. So 2 for this, and then we can fix it with a.
Yeah, well, we can. That's definitely not a priority for right now. We can always put them in as separate poses, and then it sucks. But like, okay, maybe you get lucky and you get the pose, and that's fun. And then you're like, okay, I wish I could just swap these out. But ideally, if I can get this presentation thing done, like this is the most complicated part. I just have to, I have to get the stickers over, copy them. I have to get the stickers onto every client, have them make their own copies, and then and rotate through everyone's sets. Which I'm close to. It's almost working. I have it doing. It works for one, but right now I'm having just a timer issue where the timer for some reason keeps because the timer is running its own callback, and I want to set a new timer as part of that, and I had only programmed the timer to run one timer at a time, specifically because I didn't want. It was easier to catch networking bugs that way. I didn't want like multiple timers running where I didn't want to accidentally be setting multiple timers. I handled it that way, but now instead I'll need to make them timers that can be subscribed, that have our instance, and you can have as many of them as you want. Anyway, once I fix that, it'll work. I already tested the theory of it. It does work. I can basically, I'll spawn the network stickers. The local clients will copy their own version of that sticker, their own version of their render texture when those stickers are spawned, and they'll store it for later so that I can bring it up during the vote phase. So right now it's just about finishing that up, which should be another hour and a half of work. Then I get the vote stage in, and then even though it's not pretty and we don't have the money aspect in, it is testable. You know what I mean? We could test just single round. Everyone goes in, makes a comic. They'll get random sprites at first or whatever, and then we can show off our comics and vote. And that's one round. And then I have to just cycle them together. So definitely gonna take me the rest of the night to finish up this shit.
All right, I have make a new method on Mr. Ideas. Or well, I guess make him a button first. Is it critical that he's a button? Just to,
well, it's how because the cursor needs a way to interact with them, right? And before I was literally, we did it so quickly that I literally just manually programmed looking for the the Mr. Idea script, which turned into the network sticker spawner script, right? But that's not what we want to do. We want to be able to click on anything easily and easily define what those things do, right? So just make them a button. It's simple. You just put the button script on, and you know that whenever you release the cursor while you're on that object, it will call whatever script you have in the on-click event.
I just don't know if all the, you know, if the what's on him now. This
You can just
like the network object squash and stretch and sticker spawner.
you can just make a different instance of them and turn them off, like you know,
I'm saying
deactivate that
I don't know if
version.
this stuff will this stuff translate over to to being on a button. Like
Well, you don't need it to. That's what I was saying, because you're gonna do a completely different version, right? The logic is gonna be completely separate. You're gonna have your own script. Like, you're not gonna need that Mr. Ideas at all. Just turn them off.
I know. I'm saying all these things that Mr. Ideas, the in-world game object does, like squash and stretch and make the blend noises and whatever this network object is script is doing, is that stuff all gonna just translate over easily to a button?
Yeah, it's already a button, basically. It's just I had programmed it as a less flexible button. Like, if you go look at the network spawner scripts, like let me pull it up. Network sticker spawner, I think it's called. Where's the spawner? Spawner, what did I call you? I guess I just called it sticker spawner. All right. Right. So you have select start, select end. That's basically on click. That's those two are the combination of what an on click is, right? And select start is just to do the squash and stretch. I don't have on the button right now a way to recognize or run events on button down on press, right? I do have it set up. I do have like the states are in there, but it's not. I just didn't present them yet to that button. But yeah, the important part is the select end, right?
Alright, here, I'll just turn them off and start trying to make a button.
I need to focus on the present state.
If you want your UI folder, or you can just drag and drop the image into the folder that you want to use, and then drag them into the creator, and then remove the default background layer.
Sending you. Let's test and see if this works with multiple clients. The core is in. I still have to decide, find only stickers that are in the panels, but that should be easy to do.
I don't know why, but when Mr. Ideas is a button, he just becomes a tiny pushed dude.
That's only when the button thing is enabled. Oh,
Okay.
you're just doing a regular button though. You're not doing a my button, right?
What do you mean your button? Sorry, I thought you meant just
Mine's called a scene button. I have a custom script. I made my own button that it
okay.
works with.
Okay. So I was just making a new game object called Mr. Ideas, and he will have that
Yeah,
as a component.
Yeah, that's why I called it scene button, so you don't have to worry with work with canvases.
Right on.
It's just a button in the scene that it just works with the cursor stuff. It's not perfect. It's just good enough right now, but I can make it as effective as any other scene button, or as the canvas buttons are later.
I need all these things on it, I guess, to add it. Adding component field, add required component of box collider 2D. Okay, it needs the collider.
Okay, let's see here. Hopefully this worked. I go look at vote state. I should see panel layouts. And if I enable this one, it's one person's layout. If I enable this one, fuck yeah. Alright. Panel layouts, everything's working. It copies the panels, literally copies their textures, so then you're no longer dealing with stickers, which is kind of fucking nice. I don't have to worry about like moving things around and shit. It's just copying the texture over to a different texture locally. Okay. It's working. And it syncs that across the network. I don't necessarily I have to test it one more time actually. I'm gonna have to let me build one more time. Let's also try with 3 clients to be safe.
And with your scene button, does the script has to be on it to be called on the on click, just like a regular?
No,
button?
the script can be anywhere. It's just any public script.
Okay, so it
Or
does.
any public script that's accessible. It does have some limitations. It has the same limitations as Unity events do. Like
Because I'm getting the same
you
thing
can't
where
reference a script that has like a custom class that is not a game that's not a mono behavior on it.
I'm seeing the same thing with a regular button where if it's not on it and if I don't drag that component, the component of it on it, I'm not seeing the.
It has to be on something, but it doesn't have to be on.
Okay.
Yeah, because those are mono behaviors. They have to be on something. Mono behaviors don't work statically. We could.
So wait, why not?
Make a static
Well, why not just
response
make the
expression.
Mr. Ideas that that I have into this? Oh wait, does he have his own canvas?
Yeah, I think you had at one point been counting the numbers.
Oh yeah, I
in the
forgot
text
about that.
mesh. Yeah. Why not what?
Why not just Oh, I see. He is actually on the canvas. He's just not.
He shouldn't be on a canvas, or he doesn't need to be on a canvas.
Okay, maybe
He's
it's just 'cause I
2D.
was zoomed out. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He is just the button is like my button stuff has nothing to do with the. I just modeled it after the Unity button stuff because it's an intuitive controls like an inspector scheme. And also, I also use Unity events because they're easy to use, and you can add multiple effects to a Unity event. You don't have to, you know, make a specific effect for it. All right, let me make a new window here. RNH R97. Yep. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough time to do this properly. Okay, here we go. You go there. You go there and here. You get 2 lamps there and there. Okay, that's enough. That's enough to prove it. Here's one person's. There's another person's. And here's the last person's. Awesome. Filtered through everybody's stickers. And now it's in the vote mode because there's nothing there. And now if I hop over to my client and look at the vote state, I should see 3 panel layouts, which I do. And I enable one, it has one person's. If I enable the other, it has the other one. If I enable the last one, it has all of them. Perfect. It's working perfectly. Fucking finally. Okay.
So if I put on, I'm not sure why this isn't getting called.
I'm committing and pushing. Alright, my present state works. I can take a little break and look at your stuff. What's going on?
I just have your button script on there. I would think if I had the squash and stretch script on him and I called this, that it would squash and stretch him, right?
Well, that should start the squash, right? So I think that should get him ready. That should squash him.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm not sure why it's not currently. Oh wait, it does. It has maybe just his collider
His
is.
collider is probably shrunk. You probably because when you adjusted his thing, you probably just need to go look at him in the scene view and find his collider. I don't even see his collider. Where the fuck is it? I see him.
Hold on, maybe because I didn't have a Hold on, let's remove this.
Just remove him and re-add it. Yeah, it'll fix
I
itself.
probably didn't have the sprite on when I put this on because it yelled at me that I had to have a collider before I put this on.
Yes, it does require a collider. Yeah, I made it do that check because otherwise you can't click the button. Can't remove because my script requires it. So you're going to remove my button, that to remove the collider, to add the collider back on.
I just do
You have to
that.
actually physically remove it, I believe. Yes, slightly annoying, but it is important. Because otherwise you have to remove the scene button altogether. Otherwise you could I spent maybe 20 minutes once trying to figure out why my button wasn't clicking, just to realize that there was no collider on there,
Alright, so now I can put
which felt dumb.
scene button back on. And drag you into here. Alright,
You're dragging the scene button into itself. So you want to drag the squash and stretch. And I'll make this better. This is just to get it working. I'll make a on press and on release. Right now it's really just all on release.
so I guess for now, yeah, on
Those are just hover events. They like if
So,
you want things to happen when you.
I
hover,
can't remember
they'll
how
happen.
it was working before, but like, why is he just getting stretched and not unstretching?
Because I have because I had originally set it up so that like when you hold, I thought it was nice that when you hold the button down, he stays squished, and then you release and he unsquishes, right? That felt nice. But right now on my button, I have not implemented those as separate callbacks. I just haven't, because I need to not only change it there, but change it in the cursor. You know what I mean? The cursor needs to call those events at the right times. And I didn't feel like figuring that out. So right now I just made it so that when you were just for testing purposes, when you release, it does what we want. It just does the action so that I can at least test that it works as a button. But yeah, so I have the either here. They have on press on release, but if you scroll up to the top, you see I only have Unity events for on click, on hover, on start.
So do I just
On
need to
hover start, on hover end.
make this for
Yeah,
unreleased?
make Unity events for the other two, but then you're gonna have to call them at the right times, which you could probably figure out. So just call them on press and on release or whatever. And I would put the press above just so that chronologically, I would actually order this to be on
Instead
press,
of
on
top.
release, on top. Yeah. And then on click is beneath. Technically on click is supposed to be like the way Unity describes it. Oh yeah, you need to call it event because you have a method with the same name. So call it on press event, on release event. Alright,
Name bullet does not exist in current context.
I don't know where that is coming from.
Oh, sorry. This is.
There's your
where-
coin script.
Oh, this was. Why is that still in there? How?
Maybe you just undid by accident somewhere.
Oh, I know what I did. I accidentally hit this. Okay.
I don't even know what that thing is.
Save all the files when I had stuff
Uh.
pasted in there from some script online that showed how to like do a thing where you tell specific colliders to ignore each other, but then I realized a lot of things in the room have colliders, not just the panels.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Alright, okay, so now you have that set up. So now you need to have the let me scroll down real quick. So we need to, you see where like on hover start, it does on hover start event invoke at the very end
Mm-hmm.
of that method. You need to do that for the two methods that you just added. On click already has it, but on press and on release need them. I was trying to work in like not like an example of what the shrink and squash would be in this on press and on release, but it probably is better to have it be its own separate. Well, maybe not. We'll see. We'll decide. Like it would be nice if just all buttons you could squash and stretch, right? And then just define parameters for how much you want to squash and stretch them for that specific button.
Alright, is that all I need to do?
That is all you need to do. Oh no, for this method, you need to now go over to the cursor base. Because the cursor base is what actually calls those things. And this is the part I didn't want to do. So this may be easy, it may be hard. I just didn't want to think about it. Cursor controller base, sorry. And this should look somewhat familiar. All right, so scroll up to where like select pressed is on select press. Okay. Okay, this should be easy enough. So we don't actually need any of this. I need to think. I think it already happens on moving, so we don't need this. So go, or we do need this, but we don't need to do anything fancy. Just at the very end of this method, just for now, enter down 2 slots and then just write underscore button. Current button, yeah. And then dot, or rather question mark dot, sorry. And then on press. And then I think it's a method, so you just have to method it out. Okay, that should handle that. And then do the same thing for release. So that question mark, I don't know if you've seen it before.
Down here is where I'm putting the next one.
Yeah. On release now. Throw it up there since I have one for on-click. Put it right under on-click. And now on-click isn't really doing what it's supposed to do, but it doesn't matter. On-click was slightly more complicated. On-click is basically it's supposed to mean that you have selected it and
So should I just
deselected
delete
it
all
in the
this?
same. No, because I need it.
Okay. Alright.
I need it for my testing. I'll fix it later. But it'll just run on click and on release are effectively the same, which is fine. So now move that or destroy the on click one. We don't need that anymore. You just have to minus it out. And you do on, so you have an on release, you just need another on press, and then you're good to go. And yeah, set these all up. And this will still have a issue now that I'm thinking about it, but we'll figure that out later. So basically this should have the issue of select end, right? This should have the issue of if you click on it and then go off of it and then release, it won't declick, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. So we could have that run on hover, but then that's not what you want either, right? Because on hover, you only want it to do it if it's currently selected. So that's what I mean about there's like it's slightly more complex than I felt like getting into at the time. But I think you know enough about how it works to figure this out now. Just try not to change any of the other based cursor logic too much. Try to make your changes as minimalistic as we can, because that class is already messy from the way I handled like
I would
trash
just change it
cans.
for this. I would just change it in here, right? I would just have it so that here we're in the update.
You could have it just check for if select start, like put a bool for select start, and then if select end is not, like, you know what I mean? Oh, squash. So check if only run that if squash is true. Only run select end if squash is true. And then that should.
Wait, why will that work?
Because select start sets squash to true, so the only time squash should be true is if select start has been triggered, right?
Yeah, but what is that? Why will that fix the?
Hold on, you're still setting the lerp amount. That's
What did I just hit?
I also am a big fan of, instead of using if statement brackets, if it's just like don't run this when a value is something, just returning out of the function when just doing the opposite, say inverting the dependency.
Yeah, that's still gonna do that.
Oh well,
until
no. Well, we're still good. You have to set it to on hover now, or on hover end.
On hover.
So go
end.
to, you need to set the deselect method to on release method. Put another version of that in on hover end, right? Because that's what we want. We want it to trigger when you are.
I drag this out of here.
No, unfortunately, it is slightly annoying.
Select end here.
Yeah, exactly. Now it should work. The thing that we didn't want to happen was it to trigger, when it wasn't supposed to.
Okay, yes, that does work. Alright.
This still having it. Oh no, it's only squash and stretch. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, the other eye.
But like you don't do the on release method, on for like spawning the sticker if you haven't clicked on it. You know what I mean?
Same as this, right? Because you wouldn't want.
Same idea. Like so, if you start your click off of Mr. Ideas and then move on, and then release. Right now, the way that's going to work is it's actually just going to trigger it, which is fine for now. That's what on click is supposed to cover, those events.
It's not doing it.
You won't see it. Well, you won't see it because there's nothing to trigger, right? We've fixed it. That because on hover, or rather, we don't run that method. We don't run the on release method right now if that bool is not set to true, right? If squash is not set to true. But when you set it up to start spawning stickers, it will, if you put the sticker spawn only on release, or rather on release at all, because right now we don't do a check on release to see if the button was pressed beforehand, right? That's what I mean. On click is the event that's supposed to handle that, like in terms of how Unity defines their events. And I'm just copying Unity's sort of design. But I need basically something that says selected button, track the selected button in the cursor so that I can trigger on click only if the release was called and selecting button is not equal to null, right? You could actually make that change now. It actually isn't that complicated.
Where is that? Sorry.
Go into cursor controller base. And we need a new variable. Put it next to current button. I button underscore selected button. Okay. Now go down to where we trigger select pressed.
Wait, did I pass it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. And just make the current button, just do selected button equals current button. Okay, now go back down to where we call on click. Go up. You missed it. Right there.
Click. Wait. Oh, here.
86. Yeah. If right before on click.
This after this.
Like we're gonna put on click in a conditional. Just if selected button is not equal to null. Then selected button on click. And for that, because it's one line, you don't need the brackets. You can just put it in a line after the brackets.
This kind of on click with the question mark?
We don't need that anymore because we're checking for null on it already. So just do underscore selected button dot on click. So that question mark, I feel like I might have gotten distracted when I was telling you about it. It's just as a way of saying, don't run this if it's null.
Okay. Alright,
so you don't need those brackets. You can actually just put that right to the right of you can put the line you just added immediately to the right of the if statement and get rid of the brackets underneath. It's a nice, clean way to do short if statements. You can actually put it underneath. You can put it wherever. It just means if it doesn't have brackets, it'll just do the first line associated with it. You can put it wherever you want, but I like to put it right to the right of it because it's clean.
And leave these be?
I usually don't do it like that because that can be confusing. If you're gonna do it underneath it, the standard is to tab over, or you can put it on the same line. It's whatever. And then we want the on release to stay, but we want to get rid of on click. The one beneath it, because we are handling that now.
Wait,
Get rid of line 89.
line 89. Oh, no, yeah. That's the one I first thought you meant. Okay. Alright. And now this network object, you were saying Mr. Ideas is eventually not going to be one, so is that coming over? The button, Mr. Ideas?
Well, the network object stuff is gonna get added if you try to add the other stuff, but we don't need it, so no, don't add it. If you try to add sticker spawner, it will automatically add it, so just don't add sticker spawner.
Alright, so everything else from here on out I'm doing with my new script.
Yeah, other than the audio stuff, if you want to copy that over.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this now you should be in your own little isolated piece, and this will be good because this will. This will save me time on stuff that I had to do, because once you're set up, I can just copy how yours is implemented, basically.
So let me just take the audio stuff out of here.
So, the only thing you need to know is just that the things that you want to happen should be in the on-click event, right? Because that event represents down press and up press on the same button.
Meaning,
whereas the
meaning
like the actual spawn sticker should be in the on-click event. Like these other events that you put in, that's really just how the button looks, right? It's look and feel. What the button actually does, that should always be on click, because that is I press the button, I'm still on the button, and I release the button, so I've actually pressed the button.
It should be called from it should be in here, not in a method inside the script called onClick, right? Okay.
Well, yeah, we definitely don't want to put it in like the scene button or anything, but you can make whatever you want to call your event, call it whatever you want, but it's going to be a separate method in your Mr. Ideas controller, basically, that you call. So yeah, you'll make a new class, call it, sticker spawner competitive or whatever the hell you want to call it.
I'm gonna call it competitive mode, but we can call it whatever.
Well, competitive mode is a little like you put something like sticker spawner competitive mode or something, right? So that we know, because I literally have a class I think called competitive mode, and it's of a type game mode, and that would be confusing. All right. You should be able to handle the rest of it from there. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, eat some real food, and shower, and then I'll come back and finish up the present stuff. But like, with present basically working, and with the caveat that like we're gonna have a disclaimer, I think, on the front screen that basically says this is pre-alpha. If you tab out or disconnect during a game, it could break the game, basically, because we haven't accounted for it. But as long as everyone stays connected and doesn't tab away, then it should work.
Put that in the. I don't want to ugly up the title screen. I would put that in the Mrs. Ideas or Mrs. Ready Up room.
Yeah, we could do it there. We could also just like I can make it. I think I can override the network manager to say that if someone quits, just cancel out, right? Just go back to the main screen. I could probably set that up, or just like reload the scene entirely or something.
Yeah, you could just, yeah,
I don't know. We'll figure that out later. We'll test that stuff more robustly later. But for now, I need to eat some real food. I'll be back in like an hour probably. Ugh.
right on. Okay.
当てもないのでしょう。入りなさい。
ここって周英さんの部屋ですか？
そうよ。何か問題ある？
Every lunch for the past 2 months, I've been eating Huel Instant Meal Cups, and it's changed the game for me. It's as easy as instant ramen, but much, much tastier. Plus, it has all 27 essential vitamins and minerals, as well as 23 grams of protein in each serving. I personally have replaced all my lunches with Huel, and I can honestly say it's made for me. And because it is high in protein, it helps you feel full while also making it easy to portion control and know how many calories you're getting. Plus, they send you a free t-shirt with your first order, and subscribers get 20% off. I can't recommend it enough.
fuck?
Hello?
Hello. So, I still don't really understand how I'm creating these stickers. Like, I can create them by recreating exactly what you're doing in the sticker.
Yeah, let's go to your stream. I'll show you. I'll admit it does need to be improved, but
Stream. What I had been doing, also I forgot what I was supposed to name this, but I named it competitive mode sticker spawner.
yeah, that's
So I'm
fine.
replacing sticker spawner, right? And so I
Yeah,
basically
basically.
just took everything from sticker spawner and removed everything that is elsewhere now or whatever. But you have, you know, the only way I can get it to work is by taking all the network, making it network behavior and taking the netcode and taking all this, and then it will call, or then it will create the stickers. They act kind of weird, but whatever. But I don't want to do that, right? I want
No,
to.
you don't have to. Yeah, you don't definitely don't need to. All right, so you don't want. So you're that is networked for you will always be false. So you see that
Yeah.
new sticker is networked at the very end of that line 24. Oh, you already have it set to false, but you don't even need the variable. So let's just get rid of that to simplify things. Just set that to false.
Just get rid of it or set it to false?
Well, it has to be set to something for the script, but yeah, set that to false. Yeah, clear that. All right, that's one less thing we have to worry about. All right. You're not in networked behavior right now, right? You're just in mono behavior.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. Let's see where it errors out.
It doesn't error. Or wait, it does error. I can't remember. I think maybe I got it to not error out, but it still doesn't make the stickers. Or maybe it.
So real quick, first thing before we do anything else, let's look at your sticker manager. And
The only thing I noticed that was missing is the panel layout thing. I don't have that.
that's
Yeah.
for something later. You don't need that, but you have the sticker root. Okay. Good. All right. Good. Go ahead.
Actually, I might get an error here. That line, the 30 something. I know. Oh wait, why are they working now?
It's doing that really slow thing again, which again I did. That's something I broke. I don't understand what I broke, but I don't know what I
Why?
changed.
Hold on, let me just try something real quick. Why is that behaving differently? I just want to see if I change this back to that, will it?
Maybe you accidentally turned it to is networked on your thing. It's not gonna like now because we removed the variable and set it back on. It should just be false no matter what. But maybe you accidentally had it true somewhere.
Possibly.
If you just like copied the components one to one, you know.
No, it's still working. I'm
Well,
not.
it's false now, right? But like because you just added it, it always defaults to false. But like if you had just like taken Mr. Ideas and either right click or use the three dots to copy his component and copied it over to sticker manager or whatever,
Yeah.
or not sticker manager or to your version, or if you had just like without thinking just copied it, that would have done it. I think it's 1,000 is what looks good. It's dumb. I don't know what I did. I don't know how I broke it. I just am too lazy to go fix it right now.
That's
I
fine.
can just turn the number up higher. It used to be like it used to mean something, that number. Like it actually used to correspond to like a time, and I broke it somehow, and I don't want to fix it. I try to make all those numbers actually equal a time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because well, you set the base right, but this object already existed, right? So you have to set it in the scene object, because that 1,000 will take effect for new objects, but not for the one that's already in the scene.
Okay, that also explains how when I got it working for. Yeah, I must have set is network to true, but I don't even see where I would have done that. It's not public.
Maybe it was defaulted to true. I don't know.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah. There you go.
Also, while you're here, is there a way to refer to the player object to see what I have equipped? Because right now I have to do one of two things. Either I have to fix the thing where when a mobile player clicks on these, the cursor disappears. Which really shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter if they can't see it because they can see their own.
Yeah,
thing.
but it would be nice to have some representation. I mean, I guess it
Well,
goes gray or whatever. But
I was gonna have it change and stay a color while that's equipped, and then go back to normal color when it's not after you use it because it automatically gets de-equipped. But I can't figure out how to refer to that on the player object.
yeah, let's find out. I don't remember off the top of my head. I did that. That stuff has not changed since the first game jam, so we'll have to see.
So if I look at the player clone, can you read this on yours? I know it's dark.
Yeah, I can see it.
You know, there's player cursor tool configure, but there's nothing public on there. I looked at player cursor tool configure.
He does have public methods, but that's for just for the equip. Tool cursor object string, and what does he do? He just goes on equip rotator cursor controller dot drag action. So it's setting the drag action and the select action. All right, so we're gonna have to make some pass-through methods. You can put it here if you want. It does kind of make sense to go here.
Okay.
So at the very top, I would just do it at the top because we're gonna do it. Well, let's see. Do public bool, or
Yeah.
rather,
After awake.
what do you need? You need to know if a specific tool is equipped, or you need to know, well, what are you trying to do?
I need to know if all I need to know if the cursor has no tools equipped.
Okay, well that's easy. We'll just start with that. So then do public bool has tool equipped. And make the H a capital H just because that's the standard. Also, we're gonna make this a property so you can get rid of that.
Get rid of what?
You know what? Actually, no, it's fine doing this. I was gonna make it a property, but we do need more. I think we actually do need more. It's fine for now. Okay, so we need having a tool equipped basically means cursor controller based. It's underscore.
Sorry, cursor
The
underscore.
blue one there in your IntelliSense. Yeah. Cursor controller. Yeah, sorry, not base. Dot selected action or select action equals null. Equal. And cursor controller dot move, I think drag action equals mover, I think is what it's called. Mover dot move or something like that. Capital M. Or maybe it doesn't have. See if is there a mover tool? See if there's an unequipped mover or something. Scroll down. All right, we'll have to see. Drag action, select option, copy select actions. Drag action equals null. Okay, I think it's drag action just equals null also. Okay, hopefully that's actually a better way to do it. I'm glad I did it that way. Hopefully I did it that way. That's the smart way to do it. and that's it. So return that. Okay. That should tell you if there's a tool equipped.
So, alright, so now I need to get this from the player. I'm already also, another thing is, this may not, the way I'm finding the player object since it's created at runtime is the game object find. I don't know if there's a better way to find it, and also I don't know if it'll even work when there's multiple players on the screen, which there won't be for this game mode, but there will be for other game modes.
The player object. Let me think here of the best way to get it. Type in using, so it will add it using. At the very top. Yeah. I think it's using netcode. Hold on, it's whatever the fuck the networking thing is called. Using unity.netcode. Okay, so we need that. And then geo player is equal to network manager, capital N, capital M. Dot singleton, I think it's called. Dot. And this is where I had to figure it out. Try typing in an L for local client. Yeah, I think that's right. Local client dot player.
Player
There
object.
you go. Yeah.
Alright.
What it not like? Dot game object. Try that. Because it's probably dot player object dot game object. There you go.
Alright, okay, so now that's that, and then I need to get, alright, and then I need to use this, so player dot, or where was I at?
It's the
This one.
cursor tool configure, which I think player controller or the player script might have on it as a public variable. I don't remember. Let's hop over to the player script. Right there in the middle, yeah. Cursor controller, action controller. There it is. Yeah, I should have renamed it. It's action controller. That shouldn't be the name of it. If you want to rename that to cursor tool configure or something, you can do that. But action controller is the name of the variable. It's private, so what we're gonna do instead is make it a. So go to the to change that to public in the front. And then on the end there, do the get public or private set. Remember that so make the curly braces at the end.
Curly brace at the end of this?
Yeah, and then get rid of the colon at the end. Inside the curly braces, type get and semicolon, and then type private set semicolon.
Okay.
Now you can get it, but you can't change it. Move that to the top too, since it's a property that's public. So that should go on the right under the serialized, above the serialized field actually.
So you want to rename this variable also?
Yeah, I don't like the name of it. Action controller is. I would not think that that is the name of player cursor tool configure, right? Tool controller, maybe. At least it has tool in the name. You can do the rename thing, right? Undo,
What was
undo, or undo. And then take it, Control R, Control R. Hold on, escape out of that, whatever that is. And then, just click into that. And hit, yeah, if you highlight it too, I think it will help you. Control R, Control R.
Alright, so highlight, Control R, Control.
Modify any highlighted location to begin renaming. Oh, I keep forgetting that yours is community, so it doesn't look like mine. Okay, you can rename it now. So rename what's in there right now. Don't click anywhere else. just rename that to tool and then hit apply. There, that changed all of them.
Alright.
That UI is so bad actually. So if you look at, I'll show you what mine looks like real quick. It's so much better. Screen. And the paid one that I use at work looks very similar. But if I want to rename like the selected sticker, it's right there, right? So much more obvious.
Yeah, that's nicer.
And then I change it there and just hit enter and it works.
Alright, so here, what was I getting again? I was getting player, cursor, tool config.
Okay, so in your, you already have that. Now all you need is the, first you need to get the player script, the actual player script off of the game object, right?
Yeah,
Because right now you just have the game object.
I would do this in an update and have it just be checking all the time, but is there a good way to do it without the update?
What are you trying to, you just want to see if it's...
So if this is the line to change the color, and I want to change it back to an opaque. I guess I'll have to make another color. That's the opaque one, or just opaque. But I'll have to change my image.color to. Actually, I guess this should be my color. I don't know. My color active. My color inactive. So when I click up, these get called on click, they're buttons. You know, they get called. This gets called by the button thing, and it would change the color when you clicked it. And then what I normally would do is just have it after, if its color is my active color. As in
I see what yeah, I get it. So normally what I would do here is I'd have a controller that links all of the buttons together and handles that. But to make it easiest, you can just make it so that you have a public set color, or let's see, let me think here. Basically, you can just make it so that when you hit the one button, it has a reference to change the color of the one thing and turn off all the colors of the other ones, right? You know what I mean?
Well, it shouldn't need to turn off colors of the other ones. It should only need to turn off itself when this, because I know it only turns on when it's pressed, right? And then I know a tool is equipped, and then
yeah, but you don't know when another tool has taken its place, right? Or when it's de-equipped it.
I think the way it works right now, actually I don't know. The way it works right now, I'm not sure if you could even switch between the two things without using another one. You know what I mean? If you hit copy and then went to rotate, I don't think it would go to rotate. Let's try that. I'm not sure.
And so basically, you need the tool configure to know about the buttons in some way.
Alright, so if I go to here and click that, now I'm on scaling. Okay, and if I go to this, and then I go to scaling. Okay, yes, yeah, you can actually switch between
Yeah,
them.
it should. That's how I would think it'd work. Let me think about this, because yeah, so technically you shouldn't do any update. That is because that's it doesn't need to know, right? That could theoretically run whenever. The only difficulty with this is because of the way our tools work. To make it easier for the player is once you are done, like once you've used that tool once, right? It de-equips itself. That's the hard part, because then you have to tell the player, the cursor controller needs to tell these buttons that it is.
So I thought about doing
done
it that way, but I thought for whatever reason I thought you would not be a fan of that. That you'd.
No, that's how you would program it. Basically, you would tell the cursor, the tool control configurer or whatever would know about the buttons in some way, and it would tell the buttons what's equipped, basically. The player cursor tool configurer would do that.
Okay.
So the hard part is getting the buttons in here, like getting the buttons to this thing.
Alright, I mean, they have unique names. I could search them by their name. I could do the find object thing.
You could for now. That could be the easy way to do it.
I think they have unique.
Yeah,
names.
just do it that way for now. We'll fix it later.
They're a
Um,
child of, of Canvas, so I'm not. I think to find. Hold on, I actually think I put a thing for this. I think I came across a thing for how to find things that are children. I think I put it.
Is it not just find? That would be weird that they would not find game objects, because they are still game objects with unique IDs.
Maybe I'm mixing it up with something else. Let's just try.
The only thing that's weird is sometimes it won't find, like, if it'll find the first instance with a name if you have multiple things that have the same name. Really, what would happen would be, like, there would be probably like a UI configure or something on at the top level that you would have that has references to all these things, and then I'd inject that UI configure into this class by passing it at start or whatever, and then I would use that. But for now, just use find in an awake or a start method. That's fine. It'll be fine enough.
And I should make these. I would make these a array of game objects that you would cycle through. But is there a different way you would do it?
Let me think about this. So you're just trying to have a way to reference them, but with the problem with the array, right, is that you don't know. At that point, you have a set of game objects, but you don't necessarily know which is which unless you remember. Like, you have to program and know when you're programming them, right, which one's which.
So they all need their own.
Yeah, so you can make them all their own for now. Maybe we could be more clever later with like a dictionary or something, but this is easy enough. Just give them all their own unique button. And then make classes that are easily or rather methods that that select them more easily, that help you select them, so you don't have to know how it acts. You just can say, I want to turn the button on or off. Just make those methods basically.
Sorry, I make a method that to
I'll start there, right?
What do I call them? Mirror size.
Alright, now we need to decide how we want to access these. So before we define the method here on how we're going to access these, let's go to where we want to access them, right? So let's go to first our what the fuck is it called? I guess the first thing, the button itself, right? We want when the button's clicked, we already have it go dark, right? But we want it to unequip on a different button press, right? So like if I click the rotate button and then click the size button, I want the rotate button to go light again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here we need some method to say unequip all others or equip.
Oh, here or here?
Well, the idea, like the way I normally just decide what methods I have to put in this class, I go look at where I want to use it, and then decide how I want to use it, and then I come back and put the actual method in here. You know what I mean? So like I look at button equip, and I say, okay, what would be the easiest way in this class to tell the other class that I want the color changed, right?
Wait, so do you mean like should I make a method in here called, so you're talking, so you would have it so that the button equip is telling the other buttons to de-equip themselves, not the...
You know what, actually, sorry, that was slightly annoying. I think we should move the things we just defined in tool configure into button equip. This actually, it makes more sense to be in here. Move all those guys into the awake of button equip, because that is really what's handling all of the.
But
Is
all
that,
the-
or
all
is that
these
just one button though?
This is not just one button. This is all the buttons. All the buttons have this, and I just tell, or
Okay.
I just
Yeah, because you have no button controller, right?
no.
The right way to do this is probably with an overarching button controller. Let me think for a second. That is really the way to do it. Something above that tracks them all and can easily access them all. And then these would be subclasses of a thing.
So take these and make a new script. Is that what you're saying?
That's the right way to do it. Alright, fuck it. Let's just try it. Let's go through the process. You'll see me fumble a little bit here because design gets messy. As I decide what's best. So we're gonna make a new class called, I don't know, tool button coordinator or something, right? Or controller also works. Controller might be a better word, it's more standard. Alright, there we go. Tool button controller. We don't need those find anymore. Actually, we don't need any of that. Sorry, I made you copy it, but we don't need it. We're gonna make a list of buttons and a list of whatever that button script name is.
I can't remember how to do.
It'll be
lists.
public. Do public, capital L list.
And then is it like
In the
these?
arrows, yeah, exactly. And the name of the script that you have for the buttons will be the next, whatever the name of it is.
I close out of it. I don't see it anymore.
You might have closed out of it. You can pin these. I don't know if you ever have done that, but if you, so like you see, yeah,
Again,
now it
I
goes
just
to the left.
accidentally closed out of it
Yeah.
again.
No, you didn't. It's pinned. It's like all the way on the left.
Okay.
So when you pin them, they go to the left. So the ones that you don't want to go away, I pin those so that they stay in front. And now that'll be all the way on the left. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So. Button
All right, public list button equip. And then give it a name, whatever you want to call it. Buttons is fine. Button list, buttons, all that's fine. Equals new, you gotta make it a new list. New list, button equip. Or actually, we're using C#9, so you can actually just do new with the open and close parentheses. Like use new like it's a method. Yeah. Smart enough to do it.
Okay.
Alright.
Now we
Okay,
need-
so we'll have those buttons, right? And we're gonna load them in. And then on start, we're gonna want the buttons to know about this. We want the buttons to know what the tool controller is. So in the button itself, give them a reference to tool button controller, and make it private. Tool button controller. Name it _ controller is usually what I would do. And then make a new method at the top of the methods called public void inject, capital I. And it takes a tool button controller. Call it tool button controller or whatever, because it doesn't have a name right now. You have to type it, not the name. Yeah, and then set the controller to tool button controller. Okay. Now they have a reference to it. So already a good start. Then we're going to do this really stupidly. Go to tool button controller, because I already know how I'm going to reference these, and go, so for start, go through, type for each, it's one word, and then parentheses, button equip, the class name, button, no, don't close the parentheses, keep them open. We're just doing a for each loop. I don't know if you've used for each loops before, but they're a way of cycling through without having to have an I variable.
Yeah.
So for each button, and then in, space in, the buttons list, and then close the parentheses, and let's get brackets in there. Button.inject, and this. Okay, so now at the start, each of them will have a reference to the button controller. We don't need the update method, we can get rid of that. And we will do create public void activate button, I guess we'll call it. That might need to be renamed, but that's fine. And it will take a button equip as its and then you gotta give it just a name, active button, right? Okay. All right, and then when we have an active button, we're gonna go through again and for each over the list again of buttons. And this time we are going to do a real quick check. If active button is equal to button, then we're gonna continue.
Just say continue.
Yeah, continue. That just means just move on to the next iteration. And then otherwise, which is now we don't need an else. We can just keep doing this. Button dot. Do we have like a set color? Is there a way to set color yet, or is that not public? We need some method to set color. It's all the way on the left.
There's no method for.
Alright, so we'll add one to here. You know, public bool or void rather. Set color. I don't know how you want to call it, but basically we don't want to. We just want it to. We should change the name of it. It should take a bool. And that bool should represent whether cool also. That bool should represent whether it's on or off, right? Is on could be the name of the bool. But we do want to know that we're just setting color. So like, set color is just not the right name for it. There should be a better name. Set button selected. That's a better one. Just capital S too.
This is gonna do more than change the color.
We should call it set selected color if you wanna. Yeah. Set button color selected maybe.
Selected color.
Yeah, that's good. Capital S too.
Also, you could just do set color and have this also be used to change it back, right?
Yeah, we're going to use it to change it back. We're gonna for now. Right now we're just focusing on when I select different buttons, having the controller change it properly. Capital S at the start of that method, and then we'll get to the cursor controller later. But first, we just want to solve the individual button selection changing. So then, where's it's my image, right? So my image dot color, or whatever the hell it is, equals, and then do equals is on question mark, and then if it's on, it'll be my color active. Then after active, do the colons. Not that, the colon, yeah. Otherwise, means otherwise I want my color inactive.
Two colons?
No, just one colon.
Alright. Otherwise...
And then close it, yeah. Okay.
hold on. Let's open this.
No, well, we've never finished it. Now you can reference it, what we just made. So, button dot, set, what is it called? Set selected color. Yeah. To false for this one. Okay, so that'll turn off all the colors for all the other buttons.
Wait, why would it be? This is activate, so wouldn't this be the true?
Well, the thing is, when we want to activate a button, we're activating a button, we want to turn off all the other colors, right? You could change that method if that's how you read it. You could just say deactivate all other buttons or something, or deactivate all but like in my mind, because you're passing in the active button, it makes more sense to call this to make this method mean.
As long as we're eventually going to also set the activate button, right? Are we doing that in here?
Well, the active button that color can be set from inside itself, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it just because it can set its own color. The buttons even here, right? The set selected color, right? They're responsible for setting their own color. It's just that this button should not be responsible for setting the other button's colors. Let a controller do that. So here, just do when you're equipping or whatever, set it to. You could literally just do set selected color again. True, right? Then there's one place that the color, like if you want to change how that logic works, you don't have to play. Just literally do set selected color, true.
Okay. Okay.
That way, when you if you want to change how the color logic works, it all funnels through that one method. This thing here, so it looks like you have. Well, here's a weird thing. Okay, I see. So you have all these methods on here, but really it's only one of them gets called per button, right?
Right. Yeah.
We could. That's technically what you would do. Is you would just make it a. You'd make a Unity event to that references wrapper.onEquipRotator, right? You would just make these buttons, right? Like my world buttons are. You would just have the thing be onEquipRotator, and then like those methods would just not exist in here basically. But it doesn't matter. We can for now just leave it as is. One thing I need to think here. We need to tell the controller. So under the between selected color and wrapper on equip rotator or whatever, on line 30. Sorry, go down more. Line 35 right now. Now it's line 34. In that we need to tell underscore controller to activate or to deactivate the other buttons, right? Put it wherever you want. Yeah, underscore controller dot activate button, and we can rename that later if we don't like the name. But and then give it this. Okay, and that needs to go everywhere. And it's the exact same logic. You can just copy paste that.
I do think that is. If we want to rename this, let's do it now before I paste it, right? Because I actually do think this. What is?
Well,
this
you're gonna.
actually?
Well, F2. We're gonna, or not F2. We're gonna rename it, so it doesn't. It doesn't matter when you do it. It's actually probably. Well, it doesn't matter. So yeah, if you want to rename, if that is confusing name to you,
If this is.
and I get it. I do agree it is confusing. You could just call it deactivate other buttons. So Control R, Control R, All right, now start renaming it. Yeah, that's fine. I agree that that is a bad name. And then hit apply. All right. Okay. So this logic as set up now, we need to set up the controller. Like we need to put a controller object above those, and so I would like just group all those stickers, put a controller above those, and group them all under one object.
And that's the thing that's gonna have the controller on it, or?
Yeah, exactly. I think you can like highlight them all and do create parent or something.
Yeah, I thought that you could. I thought if you highlighted them all and did create empty, it would make it, but last time it didn't.
I think there's literally a button for create parent object, create parent empty or something. All right, now drag them all under that, and then put the controller on top. And actually, we're gonna make one more improvement. Don't touch the list there. Go back to the controller script, and go to the top on the start method. Enter down once, and just do buttons equals get components and children, capital G. Components. There's two versions of this. Make sure you get the one with the S. There, if you go down, components and children. It's all the way on the bottom there. Yeah. And then button or button equip is their type. Yeah. You just need to put the button equip in the triangle or the arrows there. There you go.
This not needed.
Dot to list.
Dot.
You need to do dot to. Capital T. What does this return? Go back out one more time. Just remove the period. All right, and now hover over it to see what it's yelling at. Cannot implicitly convert button equip array. Yeah, that should. Oh, you don't. Yeah, you put in at the top using system capital S dot link L. Yeah, that one. There you go. Now put dot to list at the end of that. And that's a method, so put parentheses. There you go. All right, and now get rid of the new in the buttons script, and also make it private because where you have it right now. Oh no, go back. You had it. So we don't need to define it or instantiate it. We'll put one there, and we can make it private now. So now it's going to find anything underneath it and automatically add it to its children, which is probably a better way to handle it.
So this will automatically go now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then
Now you don't need to remember to always move
yeah,
those
so
things.
set the colors. My color active. We'll do I don't know green. And then my color inactive. Doesn't matter. 'Cause alpha is.
You can highlight them all at the same time and do that because they're all have the same script on them. So there you go. Just a button equip. You'll have to redefine the active one.
There we go. All right.
See if we made any mistakes. All right, we got an error. Where's our error? Let's go find it. What does it say? Give me the name of the error again. Oh, is my image not set?
The null reference exception, object reference not set to the instance of an object.
That's
But-
only would happen if my image is not set. Go check to see if that's set for them.
Oh, maybe it's not for some of them. Oh yeah, for 3 of them it wouldn't be actually, because I only did it for the first one. That makes it. My image. Okay, so where's the image? I forget what this was. There. Will this work if I highlight all of them? Like, is it smart enough to know?
No, it's not smart enough to do that. It would set them all to the same one. That would be nice. When you want to do that, generally, what you do is you'd like say, okay, button equip cannot be used without an image component, and then I'll get image at start. Because at start, you can do all that get, find, whatever. That stuff's not bad to do if you do it once. Just never do it in like an update script or anything. Alright, what else did we break? Let's go find it. Button equip line 30. What does it say? An object not set to a reference of an object again. Alright, line 30.
Did I miss?
Line 30. Oh, this could be messy. Let's see here.
I can always just
Network
go back to the
manager,
lazy way if it doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know what the. So I was just guessing that this would work. I've never actually done this. Yeah, go back to the old way for now. Just what I would do instead is just put that in the start and make game.
But it won't. There won't be the player object at the start.
Oh, you're right. Fuck. Yeah, that's annoying, huh? Alright, whatever, for now. For now, we'll do it this way. I'll just figure it out. I'll figure it out eventually. This definitely shouldn't be how it works, but I'll go back and figure it out. The network manager is supposed to track that shit, but it clearly isn't. I don't know what the...
I mean, for this mode, it doesn't matter to do the find, but I am afraid if we left it in there, for the competitive, or for the co-op mode, it probably would.
Well, it really just for the performance. You're just not supposed to do a find at runtime unless you're doing it during a load, is the idea. Alright, now what would work? Yeah, this is the process. what did it say? 32. Game object. What's wrapper for? What does that do? There, input wrapper. Oh, so the game. Oh, you're not setting game object anything. You're just finding. You're finding it, but you're not actually using the return, setting the return to game object player. So 31 needs to be geoplayer dot, or geoplayer equals. Also, you're gonna need to set that for each tool, right?
Wait, geoplayer equals, or sorry, geoplayer is a thing. Geoplayer.
Yeah, and that needs to actually be, in every method, right now, because those are all handled individually. Oh, you already have those there. Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot to fix that.
Oh, that's interesting though, because we're hitting the. Are we just happening to hit the rotate button every time?
I hit the rotate button last time, but
Okay,
time
that might be why. That would be why then. No, because we're doing the scale button, right? Well, I don't know.
The first time I did scale, the second time I did rotate, I think.
Okay. Well, the first scale one was an issue with the images, so.
Okay. Okay, actually set
Well, you
the
set the
alpha.
alphas to 0. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so actually I don't even know what it should be then.
What are you trying to do?
I just have them be not change their colors, but
Oh, that's all white. That's just white.
full alpha. All
Yeah, full
white?
alpha. Hmm.
Oh yeah, I can put on all. Alright, and then it doesn't.
I believe it's all white. If I'm wrong, then it's all black. I know it's one either white or
It
black.
might be all black, but I thought I tried all black last time, and it. No, it's all white.
There it is. Okay.
Alright, but it's not turning
Yeah,
off.
so we
when
we need to do it with the cursor, but hold on. Well, we still have to test, right? So test switching between them.
Right.
Yeah, so we're only halfway there, but the other half shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah.
Good.
Do it.
Works. All right. So far, so good. Now the hard part. This is the part I've been dreading. This is why I was thinking about not doing or not going through this. How do we get this controller to this tool button controller? The right way to do it is to inject it. But I don't have the architecture set up in the front of this pipeline for how this object gets made to do that. So for now, we're gonna just use another find, and we're gonna go somewhere and so not in the tool button controller. We need to do it in the cursor controller, right?
Do I have that open?
I don't think so. Alright, so go to the top. We're gonna need to store it somewhere. Oh, actually, maybe there's a better way. Go to real quick, go to tool configure. Let's just take a look at that. We might be able to do it in there. The tool configure or whatever. You could actually probably get to it from in here, right? We have one in here, don't we? No, we don't. Okay, never mind. Is that right? That's tool config. I don't even know what that is. That one. Is that it? No, that's not it. Just type in tool.
There's a lot, I think. Although.
Not that one. What the fuck was the name of it?
Here, hold on. I'll just look up.
Tool cursor. What was that called? Tool cursor. I'll just look it up on. I have to find it. Oh, what the fuck do we call it?
Player cursor tool configurer.
Yeah. That could be renamed. If it's hard to find, then that means I did a bad job naming it.
Alright. I'm here.
Alright. Player cursor tool configure. Let me see here.
Because we
Has
made.
tool equipped. Yeah, well, let's see. Go to unequipped rotator. That's easy enough. Unequipped, but we want to do when it's unequipped. Keep going down. Unequipped copier, inject. Okay, I was hoping that there was a method that I called to unequip, but unfortunately, there's not. Really, all we want to know here is, I mean, are we still gonna have the keys to change this stuff,
Yes.
or are we
need
just
the-
gonna be button based? Okay, then we do actually need to handle it in here too.
I mean, you could make it so it's totally button based, but yeah, there's no reason we can't do that.
We're gonna redesign it anyway, right? We're gonna eventually have like scroll handle scaling on mouse and like maybe right click does rotate or something. We'll change it. So for now, let's just do buttons. Ignore this for now. Let's go then to the back to the player cursor base or whatever the fuck it's called. Cursor controller base.
Cursor
So if you go to the right, the Solution Explorer, you see that search box on the right, Solutions Controller.
Yeah.
Let's go to the search box and type in cursor controller or whatever, and just hit enter. And then the base there, just open that.
The dot. This one. Or
Yeah,
the
that
one
one,
below?
the .cs one. There you go. All right, let's go. Unless we need to make a thing to hold the thing.
Okay.
You know what I mean. Tool button controller we want to hold. And just call it underscore tool button controller. Just so we know what the fuck it's called. Alright, and then in the start we're gonna find it because we're lazy.
Okay. So. Also to it's called is the game object is called tool button controller.
I don't remember what you called it. I'm pretty sure there's a find where you can like find first or something and find just the first object of a type, and that's the only button controller. I don't remember. See if there's a specific type of find.
I thought there were, but it's whatever. Here we have it.
We don't need to figure it out right now. Make sure we're setting it. Yeah. Okay. What's going on here? Oh, dot, because that's just the game object. We want a dot get component at the end of that, because that's just returning a game object type. We want the actual script. So dot get component tool button controller. That's a method. Okay. All right, now we gotta find everywhere I fucking clear. When I clear, I imagine I clear it at one spot, but let's see if I was smart enough to to define a method. So you see where it says at the very underneath your tabs, there's like it says assembly, and then it says cursor controller base in the middle, and then on the right it says start. Right underneath your tabs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So if you hit the start drop down, this is all the methods in here, and we can look to see, did I make a method that is something like unequip or de-equip tools. Scroll to the top. Check button, check trash can, deselect, not that, go down. Handle button, move cursor, on draw, on moving, keep going. On select released, rejected selection, set cursor sprite, set default cursor, keep going down. Okay, I didn't do it. Alright, let's go to then select release is probably on select release. Click that. It's probably in there. Alright. Yeah, this is it. So right under here, right under drag action equals drag sticker. Do underscore cursor tool button controller dot deactivate all other whatever, right? And then just pass a null in there. All right, that should do it.
All right. Yes. Right on. Good job. Okay. All
Alright, if you don't mind, go through the code that we just wrote for all the find instances and put fix me's, like, you know, or how I do in comments, like / fix me, just to say remove these, or you know, just so that we have an easy way, because my fix me's highlight, so it draws my attention to them, and I know that I need to fix it. Basically, find some way to properly inject this variable. Or at least I don't want to be running it at fucking at runtime out of the start method.
what all was that in?
Yeah. I don't remember, but you'll find it. It definitely isn't here, right? Yeah. It can definitely be injected here. Not as bad here, but still should be.
This shouldn't be it. That shouldn't. Nothing in the player, right?
I don't think so. It would only be in. It should only be in button equip, tool, button controller, and cursor controller base. But I don't think. I don't think we have it in button equip anymore. Oh, we should also let's make a fix me too that says in button equip, basically says for just put it above the rotate tool button script and something along the lines of these methods should be set externally since only one method is needed per script, right? Good enough.
Alright. Alright. The only things left are if Dave can get me the poses, which he's not done. Figuring that out.
That's okay. Yeah, we can get through. Tomorrow I need to finish, present, and vote, and do everything. Finish it all, actually.
The two things that
I'm gonna guess
I
that we're
need-
not gonna get the swapping and the pose swapping.
yeah.
I
that-
also don't think we're gonna get the text box writing in.
What?
We could do
Really?
some of this stuff during. Yeah, I'm sorry.
that's
It's just
super
we
critical.
can't. Like, I don't have the time. I'd love to get it in. I don't want to. None of these are because I can't. Because I don't want them. It's just because I don't have. I literally just don't have the time. We still have to test getting your stuff in, like your control scheme in, working well with my control scheme at the same time and stuff like that. Like there's still a lot of work to do, and I still have to get the
You should at least get
actual
the
mode finished.
You should at least get the panel vibes in there. Very,
I
very
do want
easy.
that in, and I think that's easy. I do think that's important because that is a good, really cool thing.
the
Like
only
that is like, oh, this is something.
The only thing about that you'll have to figure out is
Well, it is a little hard because I need to figure out. I need to sync them when I need to sync them properly. So I need to sync them with their things, and I also need to, like, remember when I have people present, the clients themselves like copy their, you know, the panels basically. So I basically just like the panels already have those effects all on them, right? They're just part of the panel.
it's just panel 1 right now, but I could put it on all of them easily.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna wind up putting them on all, but we're not gonna use your scene anyway. We're gonna base it off of my scene because my scene is closer to the final product.
Yeah.
But we'll just put them all on their things, and then we'll have a sync variable that just syncs them together at the end. We'll manage. We'll make it happen.
The spiral is the spiral needs to be drawn behind the stickers. Everything else can be drawn in front of them. Maybe it's not the. I think all the others look best in front. At least the fire, the wind, star, and heart could be behind or in front, but if it's the only one that must be behind, it looks terrible in front, is the spiral.
Right. We also need to test their performance too, to make sure that the particle system isn't rough on WebGL, on phones specifically. But we'll test that tomorrow. I agree. We need to get all this stuff in. I think that is a mandatory. I do think that is a wow moment.
I just,
I think-
I would be, it would be a toss up for me whether I would take that or the writing in the text boxes. Honestly, if the writing in text boxes is a lot harder, like the erasing is already there.
Writing in text boxes is slightly harder. Honestly.
It is harder, and then also I don't know how to pull a telephone to pull up a keyboard. We can't make our own keyboard.
Yeah, exactly. There are things. I think what we need to do is I need to fix. Obviously, I need to get the base game mode in. Like it's not there yet. I just haven't had the time. That I wanted
also
to spend.
with the new stickers, how are the word bubbles even going to come with words on them now?
Yeah, I need to. So they will come with words on them. I'll have to figure out how. Maybe for now, what we should do is just to make it easiest is make texture just stickers that have like word bubbles that just have the words in them already, so I don't have to figure out how to handle that. That would actually save me a ton of time. If we just commit to not having the word bubbles in.
A lot of work. That's like, because they each have 10 things in them and there's 7 of them. That's like 70 different images.
Yeah, but I mean, is it more work than, because like really, like once you have the image up, right, then at that point it's just changing the text. I imagine that's like an hour of work, right? For someone, maybe not even. Maybe someone like Jeff could finish that in like half an hour, who knows the software really well.
Yeah, yeah, I mean,
we just don't have the time. Like if we had more time, I would be fine with it. And admittedly, there are times where I could have been working on the game, but I decided to play games with like Mike because he was around. I just didn't want to burn out because I've been programming all week, like pretty much nonstop from dawn to dusk.
The word bubble thing, I guess could do it that way. It's not that it's not that it would even take that long. Just that it's a lot of a lot of different images that are just gonna go in the trash eventually. But that's fine.
I could work around it. I could probably find a way to make it like right now. If it
maybe I can figure out a way to. Maybe I can do that actually. I might.
So
be
basically,
able to figure out...
there's a network sticker, right? There's a network sticker, and it is a type of sticker. My only problem is right now the new system doesn't think about that. All it does is set the sprite index. It doesn't think about if the sprite is it's going to have to handle those types of sprites separately. And I don't know off the top of my head how I want to handle that. I think the new system is better. But it will, because it makes like this thing like sending these stickers back and forth way easier, and figuring out what they are way easier. Like doing the present stuff, I'm glad I did it this way. But for example, like there's nothing right now in the current setup that tells that the spawner has no idea what is the content of the sticker sprite, right? All it knows is that there's a sticker, and it has a sprite, and it's gonna set the sprite.
I was gonna say, what if we just leave them blank, and our temporary solution is, instead of being able to type in the stickers and have them, having them be, have it be, follow along with the sticker and parented to it. What if we just allow the players to, if I can figure out to just type anywhere on the screen?
That's still tough.
It is something
because
that
I
would
have
have
to
to be
sync the
networked.
string, the text. Yeah, I'd rather avoid it. I think it's better to, like the type. Yes, typing your own thing would be great. It would be, and I think it is necessary long term. But I don't think it's necessary to show off what this game is, and I don't think it's. And I also think that sometimes you'll be more creative with the restrictions of the text you have, right?
Well,
Like, it's not the
more
worst
so.
thing.
You are right in that. Like, I do think there's a lot of value to them not even having to think of a joke. I think it's kind of like the opposite.
Yeah.
Like, they don't even have to be creative. They just have to or it's
Yeah,
it
yeah.
it tease them up for a joke rather than
Yeah.
having them having.
Yeah,
to write it.
exactly. It's easy. It's just easier gameplay wise for now. I do think that I think that before we, well, one thing that we need to do is get a roadmap in, which I like would be I think would be nice so that people can see the things we want to add.
So
Like if-
it would also look nicer if the one thing I don't have Photoshop or anything that can do transparency on my computer. I know you said Paint can do it, but I don't know how. So this I could do this work if I had a software like that, but I don't. The way I'm normally doing it is when I need to make a transparent thing is I color something blue as the background, and then I bring it to the Adobe website and I have them use their free removal.
Well, why don't we text Jeff and ask him how long he thinks it would take? We don't need it until Tuesday night, theoretically, because we could just build Tuesday night with them and just throw them in at the end, you know.
How are you gonna build from there? Are you bringing something that will allow you to?
I'm bringing my laptop.
Yeah, will your laptop run Unity well enough to?
Oh, totally. Yeah. The reason I had that laptop is a development computer.
Okay,
So I
right
can
on.
develop on the fly. Yeah. We can continue to fix things through the nights, but like once the things get started, we're supposed to. Rami Ismail says you're supposed to eat dinner with someone every night, so we're not gonna have a lot of nights to. Theoretically, if we're doing our job right. I don't know, that's your job. Make us friends.
Fuck that. I'm dreading that part of it.
Me too, but we have to. Yeah.
What I'm hoping is, I'll overhear that people are going to a bar or something, and if I have a couple drinks in me, that'll be easy enough. But if we have to stone cold sober at the conference, ask people to hang out with us, that is not a thing. That is not a skill set that I have sober.
Yeah, well, I think the general idea would be strike up a conversation with the people, see if you are like get along well enough, and then ideally someone will be like, "Hey, we're gonna head to this bar later. Do you want to come?" And there's where we make our connections. And yeah, the goal I think is gonna be just general networking. We don't necessarily have to target people with like with power, right? But we just want to make as many friends as possible so that they have us in mind if anything comes up, and I'm sure they'll be doing the same thing. They want artists will want to work with us if we if they have the opportunity, because I do see this as like a continual income type of game where we could this is my pitch, right, where we sell sticker packs, right? That's the continual income part. Really easy to do, low cost. If this game took off, it would be it's like selling hats in Dota, And my secret goal is, we would definitely do that stuff, but I would love to work this would never happen. But imagine a world where we could get the Calvin and Hobbes guy to let us use Calvin and Hobbes, and I would give them
Bill
all
Watterson,
of the revenue.
If you had said anyone but Bill Watterson, Jim Davis, absolutely would sell you
Fireside guy.
Garfield. I don't know what Gary Larson's, but Bill Watterson specifically has never ever licensed Calvin out to anyone. If you ever see a Calvin outside of Calvin and Hobbes, it is illegally taken. Jim Davis whores out Garfield like crazy. He would absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be cool, right? Just to get a couple of fucking Garfield and creepy old John in there. John being creepy. officially sanctioned Creepy John.
I
Like that'd be rad. And then if we could never get those deals and like this was not a success, but it was a success enough that enough people are playing it, then I'd just go, okay, fine, we're gonna we're gonna allow have mod support so you can put your own stickers in here.
could also, if the money to keep the servers going was not, if we couldn't find a way to monetize, we could just say like, here, it's there, but you have to pay for your own servers.
Yeah, we could make that own thing. The relay server is like the goal is they'd have to somehow figure out their own relay server situation, and we could figure that out. But honestly, I think this is a good idea. I really think, even if we didn't make money right away or for a year or two, I really think that this is a game that has legs. Or even if it doesn't, I think I would enjoy playing this game with our friends.
Yeah, that's I also I have other ideas for game, not modes for this
Games
game,
like
but
this?
games,
Games,
like
party games?
Yeah, like I thought of a much more pared down version of my Scrabble, but it's also an RPG game, but now it's Scrabble. Now it's like it's like Scrabble, but also now it's called, instead of I forget what the old name was, but now it would be called Lexicon Quest, and like Conquest, and it would be more of like a
Lexicon Quest.
yeah, so like it would be more of like you're playing Scrabble, and where you can connect your words to sends troops out walking automatically, like a la Clash Royale or one of those, and so you're trying to connect up to different areas of the map where to get troops to funnel the right direction to attack your opponents with the Scrabble words.
That sounds cool to me. I think we should have, if we do get some, even like a couple hundred people to be interested in this, we have like an experimenting area where like, hey, these are like, the comic game we're actively working on, and these are also other game modes or types, other things, and that could be in this party pack that we want you to play around with and tell us if you have fun with, and we can, we should have like basically I don't know what we'd call it. So there should be a name for it, like the orange box, right? Orange box testing or whatever they call it. Just basically like a place for unfinished, even like games we may not even continue working on, but we want people to tell us if they think it's cool.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this
People think.
Yeah, what people think, and also just what once we get a couple game modes in there, what we can, how often we want to play it, what the longevity of it is for us. 'Cause theoretically, when we get bored of a game, we get bored of a game, but theoretically we could never get bored of this game because we could just implement whatever change we want to see, and that's cool.
And like there's also, it's a Jackbox, right? So like it's not a game you want to play every night, but it's a game where like you're like, hey, we're bored, you guys want to play Jackbox? That's fun.
Yeah.
That's what it is at its core. It's not a game you're gonna play for 3 hours at a time. It's a game where you need a break from your other games, and you jump on this with friends for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's fun. That's the idea. That's the goal, at least.
But yeah, let's get Jeff. Let's see.
I think we need to ask Jeff to see if he can handle that. That would make our lives so much easier. Then I don't need to worry about it.
I will make a list of all the word bubbles and what they have in them. And even if you can only get, what I would say is like, even if we have to pare it down dramatically to where there's not 10 phrases in each word bubble but 3, or something like that, that might be more manageable. Just for showing the game off and etc.
I could probably figure out at least something where you can swap the sprites. I think I could figure that out before the the end of the day Tuesday, where you can like cycle through. So if we want to make the text bubbles, as long as they are just a single sprite, if we make the text bubbles, or you know what I mean, like they're not, it's not a Text Mesh Pro on top of it. And then remember, there's still that WebGL bug that I never figured out of like where the Text Mesh Pro doesn't render properly in the right order. So like this solves that problem too. Then we don't have to worry about it breaking in that sense. But if we can just get like, you know, here's the set of the spiky bubbles with all the words in them, you know, the 10 sprites that correspond to that with the 10 phrases in them, then I could probably figure out the swapping between those, just cycling through before the end, because that is already mostly
Actually,
networked.
that if you could do that, I think that's a pretty good plan B
Compromise.
to being
Yeah.
able to type in there. That's not bad, and especially if we're not doing the
Yeah.
poses. And then also.
Yeah, I think I could get those in. I mean, at that point, those basically are poses, but I do have the sprite index synced. I just need a way to connect to like a way to cycle through them and associate them with others. Because like the sprite index that it is, like which sprite is on it, is synced
Oh wait! Couldn't I just
already.
make? I could make it. Actually, couldn't we just do this? Couldn't we make every sprite be technically
collection
be
of sprites.
animated, and because you could do a sprite sheet.
I'm not familiar with sprite sheet animations in Unity, and I didn't want to have to learn them.
It's
For
pretty
this.
straightforward. It's very easy actually. I learned it the other day to do the fire sprite for the panels. It's really
Yeah,
easy.
so then you would need to still sync the animation frame, right? I guess is what it would be, which
I don't think
that is easy. That wouldn't
well
be that hard.
oh yeah,
That's
you're
actually a
right.
good solution for it. I would need to sync the animation frame, but that's not a bad solution. If you can figure out how to do it, and don't worry about the networking, just figure out if you can do that easily with a sprite render, a sprite, and somehow figuring out how to swap the animation frame for that sprite. If you can do that, I can easily, probably within an hour or two, get the cycling working.
So I don't know what so the I think that gets held on. Hold on, where is my where is the I guess I'd have to run it, right? Because it creates that runtime. Because for the fire, it has a when you drag a sprite that has multiple images on it into a scene, it automatically creates an animator with that. And let me see. Fire. Here's the fire. And
Yeah, see, there's an animator on that.
yeah, so it creates it, and then okay, here it is. It's just literally this sprite. You're just syncing the sprite
Yeah, but
itself.
so the animator though is changing the sprites, right?
Right, so you need to put an animator on all your stickers, and I think it would still be fine and do nothing on the ones that only have a single sprite, and it would automatically cycle through for.
Yeah, but then we want to be able to stop it, right? So you want to be able to, you just want to be able to animate one frame at a time. I need to be able to control that.
Well, actually, I guess then you just don't do the animator then, and you just.
Well, what's that culling mode there? Always animate? What's that?
Don't know.
No. Always animate. Cull update transforms. Yeah, no.
But I think if you removed this, and then you would just, and then yeah, you just set this as a property of the sprite itself.
But then,
without the animator, it will stop. It won't move. When you know this is the sprite, you know, whatever the.
yeah, but I won't know which ones are underlying, right? So if you drag the fire anim in, like drag fire anim onto the sprite renderer right now, what happens? Just the full thing, the full sprite sheet.
Onto okay.
Yeah.
Onto here.
Yeah. Okay, that defaults to 0. How do I know? What do I tell it to do to go to the next frame?
Actually, that's not probably what I. That's to change the actual sprite. Okay, sprite. Looks like you make an array of sprites. And then just use the index. Yeah. So you just need an array of sprites, and then you would change the index to that array. That's all. But the question, I guess, is.
Yeah, that's my thing. Is like, is it processing those sprites as an array of sprites?
It's not. This is saying if
And-
you want to do it manually yourself.
Yeah, like how do I know? How do I know it? Like, but it clearly knows that that sprite sheet is like you can assign that sprite sheet to the to the you know the thing itself, and it will sort through it with the animator. So there must be a way, just from the reference to that sprite, even the sprite with the index of 0, there must be a way to tell that that sprite has multiple frames, right?
Oh, is this it? Right, alright, Looks like this would automatically look through the sprite and see how many different, sprites are in the sheet. I am guessing.
Right. Resources load all. Well, the resources load all is just to load all sprites with the name bird hero sprite in them. So yeah, that theoretically would load. But then you have to load that resource. That's a very different way of loading a sprite. It's not. It's definitely not the same. That's not what we would try to. We should try to avoid that.
Whatever. Even if because the only other way to do it would be to create a like you said, there's no key value sort of.
I mean, there might be a way to do it with the animator, like you said, and like what happens if you change that sprite for the fire sprite to a non-animated sprite, a non-sprite sheet, and turn on the animator? Does it? Well, first turn on the animator right now. Does it work right now? Still, just real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So now, swap it with any other sprite that doesn't have an animation. Turn off the animator for a second. Alright, swap the sprite.
Doesn't seem to want us. Okay, there.
Okay, now see that controller? The controller to that, you see there's a controller and it has fire anim in the animator.
Yeah, okay.
Change that to the same thing. Okay, it won't let you because it's now a sprite sheet. Okay, yep, yeah. So we can't, unfortunately, just use the animator. Because I bet you I could find a way for to tell the animator.
Because I think you could just change. You'd have to change these from single to multiple, and then just not have multiple.
So maybe try that on a different sprite that's not that one, because these changes are permanent. Change it on a sprite that we don't need to worry about. Alright, now see what that does in the animator. You have to apply it, yeah. Save.
Alright,
Get the fire thing going real quick. Now go to the, go set that in the animator. Still won't let you. What if you do it in the sprite renderer first? No, it just doesn't want you to do it. It must be the wrong type.
Let me do that last time.
What's the type of go click on the fire animation to see what type it is.
Should be the same.
Like the original, yeah.
Should be the same.
Multiple sprite 2D UI. Alright, go back to that other one. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's smart enough to know that doesn't have
Hold on. Maybe I actually have to
multiple.
slice it, even though. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I have to do this first. Cause it was weird. That was weird. It wouldn't even let me drag it onto the sprite thing like it did the first time when I set it to Mr. Ideas. What am I looking for?
Well, that's gonna be overwritten, but yeah.
Okay, there. Control.
Yeah, it doesn't want to do it.
Oh, I have to make a. Oh, this isn't that. This is a.
Oh, it's an animator. Oh, yeah, we definitely then can't do it.
But you couldn't you? Because you could just do one. You could just do one.
But isn't that change? Well, here, well, let's see. Let's press play or turn it back on, right? Turn on the animator. And that changes it back to, that seems to be built into the animation. The sprites seem to be part of the animation itself.
Yeah.
It's okay, we can replicate it. We can just do something similar. Basically, I just need a way to allow sprites index in the thing to be used to use a array of sprites instead. Figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Alright. Let me make a list for Jeff of all the.
Or even if I want to be super lazy about it, just to get it working, I could literally just have it like, if you're within this index, you can swap to any other thing in this index, right? We'll rotate through this index and just manually define the index if we want to do it really poorly. Not a great way to do it at all. But anyway, yeah. The first thing is to see if Jeff, like, if Jeff can get that stuff to us Tuesday night, ideally
I
tomorrow
saved
night.
them. Although I had added some stuff to these. I had added to these, but whatever, that's fine.
Yeah, I think we should limit them to 10 so that people don't have to cycle through 1,000.
There's 10 currently in this. Let me see. I just don't know what these. Do these with it.
Alright. I'm gonna call it here though. I want to get a good night's sleep so I can get up early, and I need to go print the cards, the business cards, and then I gotta get back to work.
Right on.
So, yeah, if you can just handle getting those made up, communicating with Jeff and seeing if we can get those before, before the end of the day tomorrow would be ideal, then I can probably figure out a way to let me know what Jeff says too, time frame wise. I guess he'll just do it in the group chat, but yeah, if we can get it confirmed that we can get it before the show, then I will find some way to make it work.
Gotcha. Try. I'll see what he says. If he can't do it for whatever reason, I'll just do like 2 or 3 for each.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright. I'll see you later.
Later.
羅道とは倒すことと見つけたり、我悪鬼羅刹となり目の前の敵全てを数奇小生の宿を信じ、今日もアシュラの道を進まん。一本